should be operational. Should be. Should be indeed. There it is, the captions. Okay, wonderful. Now I can go ahead and say, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. It's me, Sergeant Killer Snow, and today we are going to be continuing, on behalf of Snow Studio Games, this RPG battle system, which is going to be it's my first time ever trying to do something like this, and I'm not comfortable. I am so, in fact, uncomfortable. I am contrary to the comfort level that I would like to be at for doing something that is going to be receiving a grade. You know? You feel me? So, like, the class itself wants design stuff, but it also requires us to turn in a functional, no bugs, you know, playable level game thing. And, you damn well better. So, I'm supposed to turn in this thing with no bugs and all that stuff, and all my stuff recently, besides Portal Pong, because I went and perfected that one to shit, and back, and everything else has been a buggy mess. I'm somehow maintaining a B, and by somehow I think it's literally just the pity of the instructor, seeing that even outside of the actual development problems, there's also a recurring issue where no matter what, my export and trying to like build the game and everything afterwards always somehow encounters some weird error where either my game engine doesn't recognize the game anymore, it doesn't know where to put things, it thinks the zip file already exists when it doesn't think I have access permissions to things. There's a bunch of stuff, alright? There's a lot. And it's always right when I have to submit this shit. So I want to get this done. We're gonna jump in already. That's the wrong scene. See, I'm so prepared. And also, I just realized that we've got to... I have to shift the camera just a slight bit. Oh, man. I'm kind of mad that I haven't been able to get any game streams in, because with Silent Hill being out, it would have been a great time if I didn't have such a hectic semester this semester. I could have finished out Resident Evil, and then I could have slipped in a Silent Hill as like a palate cleanser, right? I know I probably shouldn't do that, because then I'll start mixing lore, but it would have been nice, you know? We're not getting that, though. Instead, what we're getting is scrapyard, or schoolyard scrappers. This is the idle sprite for our main character. It is currently just the back of the character. There is our starting scene. I've officially placed the characters in the scene, so that's also a good start. The whole reason for even still having the sky in place when our frame doesn't even have it is that if I turned off the sky, you'd notice it in the in our preview there, the camera actor. It just makes everything blacked out around the silhouette of the mountains. So we're keeping the parallax effect even though we're having everything very, very 2D and no actual movement involved. That reminds me, I need to make sure, yeah, the character doesn't have any movement designed on it right now, which is perfect. It's the same for the enemy character. So I need to take a look-see at what should be printing out for these guys. First off, I want to break free. I need to hit it. Toggle on something at some point. Let me set that to every 2 seconds, and then I'm gonna check Wait, it assigns attribute points. Okay, yeah, that's fine. It should only loop so long as that's going. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. So what I've got going on here for my character and enemies for assigning points is... Wow, that's cool. I was initially going to do this for randomizing the starting attribute values, but I thought, let me make them all a baseline value of 3, because 3 is the value that I want to be like there is a -1 on your character for that stat. And then if you, for a modifier. And then if you go up to, say, 5, you'll go ahead and negate that to a 0. If you go up to 7, you get a 1. So on and so forth. Just every 2 points, go ahead and go up 1, because this game isn't going to be too crazy. It's literally just going to be the one battle, and once that battle has come to completion, it should just have different possible outcomes based on how many times you run it. So it should be able to beat you, you should be able to beat it, kind of thing, based on what the stats roll out and what possibly could have been a crit hit here and there, stuff like that. So we're not using this, so we baselined everything to 3. I can actually delete this. Randomized starting values, gone. Notice it didn't even give me a pop-up or anything for that. That's because it knew already that there was nothing there. I'd also like to go ahead and shout out the music. I like to give credit where credit is due, and it looks like the actual description of this has links to several different music by Helios Records, music by Vincent Carey. There's different playlists on here. So this is the channel Soothing Sounds. All right, this is just Soothing Sounds. It's relaxing Halloween ambience because I love spooky shit all year round. This is basically what I would have as my ambient music if I could, if it wasn't going to be, you know, already much better, more high BPM music that I would listen to in the gym. Anyway, getting distracted. I did take my medication today. I actually took a regular timed out dosage today because I had dental appointments, so I was at dental. And incidentally, what happened was I was supposed to be there until afternoon because I was seeing my dentist at 11:30, and then I was getting a cleaning at 1:30 for some reason. So I went ahead, did my thing, and while I was there, they were like, let's see if we can get them to see you sooner. I was like, oh yes, things can line up. I'm going to take that to mean that I'm going to take my supplemental dose of my meds when I get home, which I did, and then I'm going to hit a flow state once it actually kicks in. It hasn't kicked in yet, obviously, because I'm still talking about everything except what I'm looking at. So what I'm looking at here is the new attribute point assignment system that I went ahead and designed here. You'll notice that it's pretty much just all repetitive looking up until the end. So we can just go over this first chunk right here, and it will basically describe what all of it is doing, right? So I'm basically creating a pseudo chance to assign a point by dividing the amount of attribute points by 1. So it'll be 1 divided by the amount of attribute points. That's how I should pronounce that wording. When you do that, you're taking the float value afterwards, and you're checking if it's greater than or equal to 0.5. So basically, I want that to be a 50-50 chance of it assigning a point or not based off of that previous number that we plug in here. So technically, the closer we get to no points, the higher the chance of points being assigned next, right? Because it's dividing from lower and lower numbers. So it's constantly going to check against this one chance. I'm probably going to wind up making a... Oh, yeah, there it is. Percent chance. Ha ha ha. I already had it made. That's crazy. Let me go ahead and set that to 0.5 and start plugging that shit in everywhere. So. Had no idea that I had already preconceived notion of this. So, good for me. Yay me. Prep work, go hard. So we're taking that percent chance, and if, you know, this value winds up being more than the percent chance or equal to the percent chance, then we go through the true branch. It doesn't matter that I moved away because, like I said, it's the same chunk of code going all the way through. If it's true, we want to go ahead and add 1 point or one, we're incrementing by 1 to whatever attribute we jumped to, and then we decrement from the attribute points. So we're taking an attribute point away, adding it to that attribute, moving on to the next attribute. So based off of that, we then want to check, make sure that we aren't at 0 points. We have to make sure that our attribute points that are remaining are still greater than 0. Because once we have 0 points to assign, that's it. That means that our stats are done and assigned and ready. And that's what this different spot is right here. That's what all of these link to, is just like, hey, if any of these branches that says attribute points is greater than 0 winds up being false, that means that we're at 0 or less. Spit it out, go to stat ready, and get out of this function. That's it. It's just the same repetitive thing over and over. I have not yet checked to see if a test is successful here, so I technically don't want the enemy one to print out. So we're going to remove that. But I've gone ahead and constructed a little string matrix here that I made that's going ahead and converting our attributes for the... it's taking the integer value and it's printing it out. And I went ahead and made sure that before each one of those it says what the value is assigning to. So I know what's what. It should print out once stats are ready on event tick, so it'll keep going constantly, but the fact that we have this on a do once means this will go for, it'll print out, that'll last for 5 seconds, and then it will reset, essentially, and let it print out again. Keep me updated on what my stats are. It should pop up in the top left corner. Let's hope. Failed to store player ref for the... Oh, that was, it looked like the item menu. Yeah, item menu, submenu. Magic attack menu. Yeah, okay, so my UI stuff couldn't find my player. Interesting. Okay. So instead, what I can do here is... Let's look at these values. That's negative 10... Let's say that's negative 1030. Yep. It's a nice value. And this is just going to be 2712. You know what? I like better numbers than that. 2710. Live with it. I also need to check if your gravity is turned off. I just realized that. Enemy character. The enemy character isn't actually in the background. I just shrank the sprite for that character. So it's technically on the same footing. What am I looking for here? Gravity. Enable gravity is off. Enable gravity is off. That is not important. This should be fine. So why don't I believe it? Oh, I remember what I had to do. Okay, so I set these to stationary, and it's going to make my thing throw a caution error. So it's constantly going to spit out 2 yellow warnings that says, oh, if you want this thing with the character movement component to move, you need to remove this. I'm not going to do that. Especially since I use the paper character type, essentially, the blueprint type, as the parent class, so I can't remove it. It's part of that class. So, yeah, parent class paper character. So I can't remove that whatsoever. But this isn't a game where the player has to move, so hopefully it'll just ignore. I know how to make it ignore in C++, but I'm not turning this into a C++ and blueprint project. It's just not worth it. Energy drains down. Water. I need to figure out how to get this to... Oh, wait a minute. Do I not have anything in here to... I just realized I also need to go back to the designer and delete the player and enemy sprites here, because they're not needed. They're actually going to actively, you know, block anything there, so we get rid of those. Let's see what else. That's the enemy again. I really gotta stop clicking on that. I really shouldn't have anything else to do with that. Let me check, make sure that it doesn't fall off the map anymore. And it no longer falls off the map. Cool, now I just need to position him better. Actually, hold up. Yeah, I know. Okay, so... let me unpin this real quick. Ah, see? So I need to go ahead and make sure that I get these buttons properly, like, attached into this box. Because if I don't, it's going to look like this. So I gotta fix that. Either that or I gotta fix their anchors. That could also be it. Because everything else scaled perfectly to what I'm looking at here. Like, actually really well. I still haven't assigned anything to the on-click events, so it makes sense that it's not doing anything, but you can see that when we hover over it, it gets a little darker. When we click it, it gets even darker, and then when we release, it goes back. Right? Those are things that we set up and told it to do. We haven't bound these stats yet to the character stats yet. We will. Same with these numbers. All this stuff will get bound up in the code here eventually. I need to, like, scoot this guy over and make him, like, bigger, or I need to make this UI smaller. Yep. That is what I am coming to realize. And see, there's those 2 yellow warnings that are constantly going to be popping up. That is most unfortunate. It's going to annoy me, but that's okay. I think. Okay, so... Hey, don't do that. We don't do that here. Color and opacity of this was set to 0. Honestly, I could set that up to white again, but it won't matter because we have that set to 0, which is fine. I need these shrunk in size. Basically, everything after this background needs to come down just a little bit. And I need to make sure these buttons are better taken care of. What is this? Oh, hey, yeah. Yeah, oh, see, yep, there it is. There it is. I forgot the anchors. I did a half-assed job. That's all it was. It was my own mistakes. If there's anything else that you learn from anyone in any form of career path, educational thing, let it be how to accept responsibility for things. -7 or almost 5. So let's say this should be... Oh, wait, no, wrong ones. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong values there. Where's that jump happening? I see where it's happening. So I have a theory that if I set that to 0.965, it would be entirely wrong. What if I made it negative? That'd be even worse. 0.9165. 0? Okay. The reason I keep defaulting to 6.5, there it is because I've been doing this for almost all of the other ones, and I've noticed a pop happening each time around that increment value. So I've had to manually set it a few times now. But that's okay. It doesn't bother me. Oh, you're doing it again. It doesn't bother me. I see. Oishi. Oh, did that mess that up entirely, didn't it? Where did that send you? Away is where it sent you. Let's undo that. There it is. It sent you up there. Weird. But still, we're a little close. Okay. Ah, okay. Excuse me, and not make that the same number that fits there? Alright, what, 50? You want 50, don't you? That's 45. No? You want the 40s. 35 is going to be best. That's such a perfect fit. I just experienced true level. Hey, Abman. How was I able to make it an Unreal? UI widget. And technically, this menu right here is swappable with each of these other menus. But I think I might need to... I need to figure something out to make this work. Because currently, these UIs all are individually trying to call out to the player, right? Yeah, they are. And it's failing, so I'm getting that happening. So what if I just ignore this here? Where's the magic item submenu? Basically, in Unreal, you want to have one, like, canvas blueprint thing that will go ahead and let you assemble all of your actual menus and components and stuff to it, and then you could separate it out however you want within that UI. So there's something called a switch, or a switcher. Hang on, let me see which one it's called. Yeah, widget switcher. So when you use a widget switcher, it gives you just an empty green box outline. Let me just pop that out. So here's a widget switcher. I need to add widget to it. So, well, technically I need to add the widget to where it is over here. So we're gonna make sure that we pull this up so that way I can see it and drop stuff onto it, just so that way I can demonstrate to you. Because I have already done it. Now I just need to find ways to, I need to tell the buttons to swap the menu appropriately. And I need to get each of those blueprints, each of those sub-menus to link to the player appropriately to pull the necessary information they need. So let's see, this is still the wrong one. That's Good Sky. Oh god, I just need to be right here. Where am I? Alright, here they are. So the battle UI. Let me save all three of these now, so that way they don't go nutty. Submenu, magic menu. I actually didn't edit the attack menu, so I still need to do that. Let me do that before I forget. Hit that. Alright, cool. So back to this demonstration of trying to use the switcher. So, widget switcher 0. I'm going to rename this to demo only widget switcher. As you can see, you don't need to put underscores or anything on it. I do. You don't need to. If you check that off for is variable, it will let you, change things that you need to change within this widget, essentially, in the graph. So when you go into the graph, you'll be able to call it as a variable and start doing stuff with the various things that it has. Why would you want to do that? Well, because you might want to swap the active widget index, and that will tell it what widget to have at the forefront, right? So how do you populate it? You just drag this onto there. And there's the attack. And you can then drag the item submenu on there as well, and the magic submenu. The order that you drop them in is obviously going to wind up being their widget index number. And as I click them, you can see them swapping. So they're all technically there, encompassed in that box. That concludes the demo of how to create your widget switcher. I just realized that I am blocking my whole outliner thing over here. So, whoop. Demo only widget switcher. Attack submenu, item submenu, magic submenu. And you get that switcher by just typing switcher up here. Whenever you're in a UI, a widget UI blueprint, that's how you find it. Cool. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and delete that. Recompile this, and I think I'm going to use this graph to actually reach into these submenus and set the value of the player ref myself. There you go. So by making that eyeball be open like that, we are essentially, if this were in scripted code, that eyeball is our access level. So when it's closed, it's private. Right? So that means that other things can't access it, can't change that value externally because they don't have the right. But if it's public, that eye's open, it can be accessed externally from other blueprints. It can be accessed from other versions of this blueprint. It can just be accessed and changed as needed. And that's what we want. We want to be able to access this value for underscore player ref and have it be set whenever the battle UI is set and ready. And I'm thinking I want to have the player spawned in at this location. Same with the enemy, of course. I want them to be there at their appropriate locations. Copy that. What was the scale of that? The player is double scale. So let me go here. Let me set the... Oh, yeah, I already set that scale to 10, huh? That's wild. That's a wildebeest. So technically, that needs to be 20. Let's make that capsule match. Come on. Give me my tools. Give me the thing. Oh, wait, no, it's not there. It's that. That's the one. That's the one. And I think I can actually shrink up that capsule just a little bit. We'll put that at 375. Tree fitting. It's tree fitting. That's a Loch Ness monster in disguise. Just calling it right now. And let's see here. That means that I can go out here and set the player size back to 111. And it looks like it did just a second ago, which is perfect. That's what I want. I don't want to have to change scales and stuff if I'm going to be spawning things in, and our enemy is already set to regular size, right? No, that's a directional light, which I don't know why I have it scaled to 2.5. Oh, wait, that's being controlled now, huh? Externally by the good sky. That's why. I'll leave that be. Stationary, size 1 across the board. Let's get your location finalized here, good sir. 850. And I guess that's perfect, actually. Actually not. No, I want you guys to be, like, uncomfortably close. Okay, so it's the X location that we're changing here. X being at 2750. We'll set the player character, the enemy character, to 2750 on the X value. The Z value being the height, and the Y value in this case being the horizontal perspective. So if I click on this, it should still look fine. Yep, look at that. Looks great. Now to set this battle UI to better sizes. After just checking again that we... Did we set this up properly now? Yeah, that looks good now. I should test this every step of the way. I'm not risking being too broken along the way. See, now it's all contained properly. I'm okay with this. I need to reposition the enemy. I want them to be over to the right a bit. And then I need to scale down the size of the box. The box. You opened it. Someone else can finish the line. Itchy nose. Stop it. Okay, so what if I... did something like that? And then we go up here, close out those anchors. We don't want to mess with those anymore. And we just do that. Well, I suppose that means we'll have to take care of this by doing this. Oh, come on. Don't start popping it. You know what? Right there is honestly going to be perfect. So we're going to say that's just perfect. Yeah? Yeah. It's perfect. The size of this font is a little disrespectful, and it needs to be disciplined, for lack of any other actual terminology here. Auto wrap is not what I want. Where's like a font auto size? Really? Interesting. Okay. So 7.5 looks okay. And we already know that it's on a top line. But we might have to offset that. Can I get an offset? Wait a second. Margins? Yes. Ah, I see. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Apply line height to bottom. Okay. There's actually some good choices on this thing, but just not in what I would want. So we go down here to the transforms instead, and we look for... Where is it? Nope, not that way. Not that way either. There. -8. That's where I want. What the hell is this? Oh, that's right. The text is attached to the scalar box. That's nutty. Okay. Scale box. That's what I attached to the panel. So then theoretically I can just kinda... Yeah, okay. That's what I was already using. Nice. That makes it easier. The buttons look warped and deformed the way they do because I attached the text to them because I couldn't really do much else with it. One sec while I sample my own words real quick. I'm gonna try something. So if that would be on... This would be row 0, this would be row 1. Yeah, see, there's row 2, which is basically hidden. And I don't want it to push everything down and out of the way like that. But I should be able to make it so that way this text doesn't actually is like non-interactable, right? I should be able to. Is enabled? Fine, that's fine. What about collision? Collision is what we want to worry about here. We don't want to have any issues. Advanced. Render opacity. Rendering pixel snapping. Also, one moment I need to try and get my light to behave a little bit. It misbehaves because I have lighting for my background. Oh, there we go. Also, it's because I raised my desk and my lamp got stuck at a weird angle. Yeah, I've got the good lighting on the green screen to keep everything, like, kind of balanced back there. Doesn't entirely work, but it makes it at least so that way my green screen doesn't look too low quality and blurry until you start looking at things in the background that are kind of reflecting the green. That leaves me with nothing to really illuminate myself, and I don't want anything as bright as those studio lights on my face, because I am a little photosensitive and always have been. It's not really something I enjoy, having lights kind of on and around me. I actually kind of sit here in the dark like a gremlin most times. That's never really changed about me, honestly. I like that by just popping it out and having it over the top of it, it's not going crazy. It doesn't look like there's any collision. There's nothing for focus. I think we'll be okay so long as this isn't technically a button. So that should mean I can... Where's your transform scale stuff? Okay, that's cool. Why do you... Oh, it's probably now being squashed because of the fact that it's in this box, but it's notably, like, smaller and different than these now. So if I take the scalar boxes out... and leave their positions on the intended button, we should be okay. That looks fine to me. I didn't think of this before. Obviously, or else I would have designed around it. Yeah. Did I not? I did. It just looks blurry and bad. Why? Is it too small? It might just be because of the size, no? We'll see. Once everything is, like, actually in-game. So we shrank that down. I feel like we might be able to... Damn. No, don't do that. Oh wait, actually, technically we can... The background is not attached to anything. I can delete that. Bye-bye, background. Rather than just making it invisible and leaving it on there for no real reason. Status scaler. Okay, that's part of the enemy nameplate stuff. Enemy stats window. Enemy stat box scaler. Enemy nameplate. Yeah, there we go. Want to make sure that stays on top, because if we put it behind, it's gone. And also we accidentally attached it to the chosen action menu switcher. Let's not do that. What? What? Why? Control Z for the win. The rest of the stuff, I don't want it Control Z'd. I don't want it undone. This fades in and out, so it can honestly stay the larger size that it was. This can probably just be dropped down a little bit. No, come on, anchors, don't do this. You're gonna make me do this. For both of yous. Okay. So these scaling anchors are important because it makes it so that way, no matter what resolution, or at least for most resolutions that people use, it will be able to scale the elements within the anchors to the appropriate level of the actual aspect ratio. If you don't do that, it's gonna just throw things wherever and just be really bad. Like when we first ran it and we saw that these buttons were like shifted out of the box, I knew almost immediately what it was. So we have to make sure that all elements that are we're using on this main UI thing, on this main UI battle canvas, make sure that they all have their anchors set properly. If you click on something and the anchors are up in the top left corner, looking like a little sunflower or something, you gotta pluck it. You can't leave it up there. It'll be a problem. Okay, I'm trying to like click the box that you belong to. Can you just let me? Okay, there it is. Yay, there it is. Those are handled. This is also another box within a box. So is this. Actually, no. This is attached to this panel, so we're okay with this one. Double check these. Check that. That. Cool. Cool. Everything else is fine. Now the question is, how do I worry about the scaling things? Let's say sub actions area and main action panel area. Let's say I select those two. Am I allowed to? Nope. There's no regular scaling tool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this manually by the anchors again. So let's see what happens if I manage to shrinky-dink that up a little bit and do the same thing here. I hope that's good. Seems good. Seems good enough. Make sure that we don't zero out the anchors, just the offsets. Once you set your anchors, keeping the offsets at 0 will just kind of make it easier. I can't really shrink this one down because of the way that... what the hell am I saying? Let me shut my mouth real quick. Yeah? Because how about I zero out this padding first? Oh, look at that! It's a much larger space to work with. Now let's see what happens if I go ahead and shrink the size of this action area. So that way it's not as blown out. Cool. Let's bring that in. And now we'll worry about the padding for this. See how that works? Oh, it doesn't care about the align. Oh wait, it's because I was on that, right? Yeah. What happens if I do that? Oh, it still doesn't care. All right, that's fine. Hell with you. But on the real, this is gonna need some padding now to bring it more in line with what we're doing here. So we had it at a 40, right? Yeah, that works. And we don't want the 100 anymore on the left to right. So maybe a 50? 75? Too much. 70. 65. 65 is good. I like 65. Yeah. It doesn't need anything more down here, right? It's this. This is the actual sub-menu itself. All of those should fit in there just fine. Good. And for this one, I already shrank that up a bit. See what happens. Okay. Blows out a little bit there. Wonder why. Maybe I should set it to 70. Although I don't think many people are going to be playing on a scale much larger than... Yeah, let me not freak out, because my size scaling is actually dumb. Because my resolution is 3440. Am I almost done with it? With the, like, actual user interface parts? Yeah, basically. I need to get my player stats to actually print out. So I thought I set up attribute points. Yeah. That's what I was doing before the stream even started, was getting this set up so that way it'll assign my player their points. There we go. That's right. I set an initial delay of 0.5 seconds, and this should run. And it's going to run itself again. Really? I need to see what values we're getting then. Stats ready is still false. So what's my attribute points still at? Attribute points are still at 10. None of these have gone up one. That's crazy. Huh. Okay. Let me think again on this. Instead of using a timer, I'll need to take a different approach. So, begin play. What's my... I don't have max value set here yet, so we're gonna set player max health to... let's set that to 100. And max mana to 50. And we're going to say, on begin play, we're going to set current health, then jump to set current mana. We're going to drag those values, max health onto current health, max mana onto current mana, so that way at the start of the game, we are setting our health and mana to their, starting maximum values. We don't want to start injured. And then I think I can just because I'm not doing that type of loop anymore. Instead, what I'm going to do... okay, toggle that breakpoint off. Remove breakpoint. Okay, wow, crazy. So, I'm going to take this and plug it in instead to the false tag of this branch. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. I heard the camera refresh. Boom. There we go. So hopefully by putting that on there, it'll assign our points. I know I moved that over so that way I didn't have to have it cutting across, and I still wound up putting it right back. It just didn't look and feel right, just having all that empty space. So it should keep using assign attribute points so long as we still have attribute points to assign. And I can go ahead and say on this update field, assigning attribute points, please wait. And once it's ready, it can change the text and say ready to start, stuff like that. For now, this should hopefully work. Hopefully. I have to make sure stats ready is set to false by default. We're also going to move that up here. Game started should also be set to false automatically. Awesome. I'm not seeing anything pop up in that top left corner, so that can only mean one thing. That means that my probability equation was absolute garbage and it doesn't know what the hell to do. So we'll deal with it. Close that out. We'll deal with it in the best way possible. I'm going to look up a basic probability equation because I don't do well with probability. I don't like randomness. Ironic since I use a lot of random number generators, but I usually keep them controlled and constrained. So I guess that means I hate chaos to a degree. But I'm fascinated by it. Enough to get distracted. To not even type a word of what I'm supposed to be looking at here. Probability equation. Unreal probability equation. Determining, let's say, oh, see, I had already looked at the best way to determine chance. Hooray! And that's the C++ one, isn't it? Oh. Oh! I'm mad at that. I'm very mad at that. If this pops up, then I'm going to be not only very, very joyous, but I am going to be salty. The ocean will have nothing in comparison to the levels of salt I will feel for struggling with probability for so long, and if this solution works, I'm going to be ecstatic and upset. Alright. Let's see. I hate everything. Random bool with weight. Let's go ahead and just read that out so that way we all get a little bit of education here. Get a random chance with the specified weight. Random, the range of weight is 0.0 to 1. And thus a weight of 0.6 would return a value of true 60% of the time. Ta-da! it. Ah, so upset. The hell with the percent chance. I no longer need that variable. We're going to yuck up the whole thing. Wait a minute. Undo it just a little bit. Actually, no. There's no need to really undo it. I also have I realize I have attribute points down here as well. I don't need to worry about the one up top. So we're just gonna give it a buzz cut without trimming out the variables that they are assigning to. Wonderful. And we'll have this over here as a main course, and we'll also just have this one as a snack over here. Yep, wonderful. And don't forget about second breakfast for this guy. And maybe it's rolling around into lunch. You might want to have a snack beforehand. And yeah, then over here we'll go ahead and have the actual meal of lunch. And then we return out for the dinner feast. It's all wrong. Oh, right, the decrement int. Got it. Whoops. That would have been hilarious. It's like, I was so smug just a second ago. I even said that it was a lesson to learn. Well, the lesson was folly. And the folly was mine. Alright, we got this. We just need to plug in those attribute points. So what that is I'm taking the same attribute points indicator that I'm using for checking whether after each assignment, if we have any attribute points left, I'm using that same one to go ahead and decrement from. So it's fine. Plug that right in there. And that compiled smooth, no problems. Let's see. We have stats. Yep. So it gave me a strength value of 5, intellect value of 5. So it gave me 5s across the board. It put 2 points in each one. So I actually can still use percent chance. So I'm going to change this to 0.15 as a percent chance. And we're gonna do this thing. Actually, I'm gonna do it this way. Nice. 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 That ought to do. So now we can control that that weighted value and see if we need to, you know, change that up a bit so that way all the stats don't wind up being the exact same. Because we actually don't want that. And we have 5 for strength, 5 for intellect, 4 for agility, 6 for luck, and 5 for accuracy. So that means we'd have 0 modifiers on intellect and agility, a -1 for luck, unfortunate. Oh, wait, no, wait. We'd have a 0 modifier on strength and intellect, a -1 for agility. But we would definitely be good for luck. And it'd still be 0. It wouldn't jump up to a +1 just yet. Let's see that again. Accuracy is at 6. Strength is at 7. Strength gets a +1. That's good. That's nutty. Should I change the scaling? Maybe. I know what I should do. I know what I should do. Instead of just giving 10 attribute points, let's give him 20. 20 points to play around with and see what happens. Oh, wow. Strength 6, Intellect 6, Agility 8, Luck 8, Accuracy 7. Yo. That's a little rogue right there. That's a little rogue build. Oh, I'm so happy with that. Okay, cool. So our random stat assignment is complete. Oh, we need to copy it. I forgot about the enemy. The enemy totally missed. Let's take a look at your... Let's delete your randomized starting attributes and just go to your assigned starting attributes and then paste over all of it. No? No, you don't. You don't want that? You just want to... Oh, okay. It's because I tried to paste over the other one. Yeah, gotcha. Gotcha. Got it! It's a long code. I could have done it as a sequence and just, like, gone through each stat, organize it, make it look cleaner. Not enough time to get that meticulous and crazy about it, even though it would appear otherwise. I'm actually constantly panicking every time I notice that I'm getting sidetracked with something minor like that. I'm okay. Okay, so we know that our stats are being chosen and assigned properly. We know that the UI is being generated. So, what is the problem? The problem is that when the UI generates, it's going to be a little problematic. Okay, let's see. So we're going to spawn the player character at oh yeah, I'm gonna need to actually no, I should just be able to spawn it as a 1, right? Fine. Yes. But your transform. I need your position location. The map. This one. Attaboy. Location. So we need a vector 3. Let's see. Variables. Player. Not player. Player. Position. Save that as a vector. Oh, boo-hoo. And then we'll go ahead and set this player position to be that. Yeah, whatever. Jesus. Split struct. Fine. There. Be happy. No rotations, and the spawn transform should be fine, given that we're spawning the player character and it's already coded into the blueprint for my player character to be obnoxiously big. No instigator will be provided. I kind of do want to say that the player is the owning widget, but you're not a controller. So let's say... Oh, I don't even have an instigator assigned to this. Let's hit compile, get rid of that red, it's bothering me. So this should spawn the player in at that spot. So theoretically I can come in here and disable this player from the menu. Oh, I guess disabling is not going to work. So let's just... Goodbye. We'll save, and when we hit play, it should create the player. Perfect. That means that we can now take this guy's location. We'll copy that, and we'll set that as... No. There we go. I'm gonna set this one nice and close. We'll work in that order, left to right. So over here, we're going to basically just kind of extend that even more. Spawn actor from class, and then we're going to go in here and type enemy. There's enemy character. Split the struct for spawn transform location. We're going to create another vector, enemy position. We're going to edit that so that way it doesn't have a slash in it, because I am fat fingering things a lot in my haste lately. We're gonna get that annoying red text again. Oh, hey, it didn't give me crazy red text this time. That's nice. Questionable, though. So we should be able to pop that right there. Everything else should be the same. Play. Aha! It's good, except it still has the other goofball there. So, goofball. Thank you, Baron O Beef Dip, for all you have done. Yeah, buddy. Alright, I might make him a little bigger. Where is the enemy? There it is. Event graph. Close the construction script. I never put anything in there. Not yet. I'm not wise enough for that yet. So we know that our code already works. We don't need to have this on the enemy at all for that check. We just know that when stats ready, it's good to go. And this, we know that that does not work. This is unneeded. We just get that branch back that we accidentally deleted, and we put stats ready on here, and if it's false, then we keep on assigning those attribute points until it's true. Attribute points 20, keeping things even. These are all still set to 3, that's fine. I haven't set current or max mana, so max mana 50. Max health 100. Delete overlap, not needed right now. Let's go ahead and actually just copy the basic shit right here. Copy that over to the enemy character because they already have those variables with the exact same names, so it's going to be a clean copy over. Close out the enemy, and should be able to close out the player for right now. The rest is trying to get everything synced up with the stats that we already know are being properly generated. So, next is positioning. I want to have our player moved across Y when they spawn in. So we're going to change this player position. We're going to make that Y position, let's say, we're going to drop it by 100. For the enemy, we're going to drop it by like 200. Actually, we're going to increase it by 200. Because I'm currently really far to the left. I'm over the 0 line, so I need to go ahead and scoot over a little further to the right. So me doing that will reduce my visible number. But it is a negative number, so there's a reason for it. Let's see. Yeah, see, look at that. Scooted me over a bit, scooted him over quite a bit. Let's go back into the enemy because I completely forgot. That's the player. I'm dumb. Let's stop that. Go back to enemy. So the sprite for this is currently at a 10 by 10, and the player sprite is at a 20 by 20, I think. Let's set this at a 15 by 15 on the X and Y. Honestly, the pill doesn't matter, but I've been trying to keep it as even as I can, so we're going to try and keep up with this. Capsule component, turn that to about a 190. 2 hundo is fine. And honestly, that girth is good, but we're just gonna go ahead and put 150 anyway. Alright, enemy character should look a little better. Size now. Yeah, look at that. That's way better. Yeah. I want to scoot the enemy nameplate over and probably put it up here. And put the revealable stats over here. So, enemy name. Take that and put it right around here. And take, come on, grab that. Place it there. And now we have to do the anchor thing. Honestly, could have done the anchors first, and then just set the offset to 0, which is what we do afterwards anyway. But trying to get it there initially, it's, oh, come on! Don't be, oh. Okay, so 0.0965. There you go. Actually, what about 60? 60 is a better one for you now. You've matured. I say, scoffing. Alright, those anchors should be good. Get these offsets taken care of. And now we have to do the same for the main box here. Nice. And we'll drag this over here. Oh, okay, you just want to outright stop me from going any further? That's kind of a dick move. Yo, that is crazy. That's a crazy range to change me around from, bro. Oh, that's because I'm looking at the offset number. Let's look at this number. I see. It's that one. 0.7. 0.71. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. 709. 06. 7. 75. Cool. I'll accept it. I'll take it. Looks good. This now needs to scoot over. why don't we try and, like, do it this way? Undo that. That's why we don't do it this way. If I just change the transform, it's not going to move those over. Let's say I want that one right there. Oh, no, 0.66. 0.67. 0.65. 0.665. Close enough. And this half, is it gonna come join us anytime soon? Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3, almost 4 squares large. So around there should be an acceptable size range, right? Right. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty close. And now I'm just gonna do it the manual way for this. Please. Please. No snapping craziness. Don't do it to me. Good enough. Now the question is, do we want to keep our player stats up here, or do we want to put ours a little lower? I think. Let's populate stats and stuff first. I think that would be a safe bet here. Status icon scaler. Probably just 5 up here. Okay. Now let's go into our graph. We know that that it spawns our player, it spawns our enemy, and by the looks of it, our player still gets their stats rolled, which means that the enemy stats also get rolled properly. I've already pretty much revealed the things that we needed. At least I thought. Yeah, no, see it right there. Those number values are still already revealed. I just need to be able to call them in the graph. We'll see what is and isn't available. Oh, hell yeah, look at all those variables that I can pull from. That's easy. I do need the player reference that I was going to do for all these other ones. So I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to not do anything there, apparently. Oh, up here. There we go. God damn it. Restore player ref. Player care. There you go. Player character. Make it public. Cool. So now what we can do with this is that we can reach into the UI before we even add it to the viewport. Excuse you? There we go. Because I did the underscore. A little odd. Alright. Player character. Plug in. attacks. We're adding it to the viewport of... Just says target user widget, battle UI. We're adding... Okay, the widget is what's being added to the viewport, and the viewport is just whatever the controller is looking at. Roger, got it. The player is honestly just a stat and like a script mule, because it's not gonna move. It's not. I'm honestly not gonna have time to find animations for it, for like attacks. So it may just be me throwing colored blocks, like a block will materialize and move from my player position to enemy player position and then disappear. Show damage numbers. Profit. Lol. LOL at profits. So by setting that, that means that our player ref, this node is disabled, will not be called. Okay, ticks this widget. Override in derived classes, but always calls the parent implementation. Okay. This event is only for cosmetic, non-gameplay actions. Okay. That's fine. No, it's not. Alright, I'm just hoping that when we are creating this, this battle UI widget, that things go okay. What's my regular, currently used? You son of a... Alright, yeah, we don't have a controller or anything on here, so... Makes sense, makes sense. Oh, we do! Is that what you're saying? Oh, look at that! Player controller! Exists as a thing that I made. Do I have anything on the player controller? Now that I think about it, before I start being too much of a smartass? No, I really don't. The fact that it's giving me this option and nothing else tells me that I have failed utterly. We're gonna add that player camera manager. We'll manage active camera target. Kinda, sorta, yeah. I'm gonna leave that off, actually. Show mouse cursor. Check that. Yes. Enable quick events. Yes. Mouse over events. Sure. What is this? Left mouse button being the only thing that works there? That's fine. I don't care about that. Default mouse cursor. Default. Oh, that's fine. You can stay as default. I don't need anything else. Enable motion controls? Nope, not needed. The player blueprint class, or the player input class, rather. That's overriding the player input class. I haven't set the input class yet, technically. Because I haven't made my enhanced inputs yet. Which I was going to look in here. Okay. Enhanced input action. Oh, look at that. What's this one? That's C++ class. Those are all C++ classes. Really? This is interesting. Why am I not seeing certain things? I'm bothered. I'm nettled, even. Where is plugins? Thank you. Put up the ducks. And... Yeah, where's your bullshit for the other stuff? Why don't these already exist? You don't. Wild. Okay. I think I was already working on trying to create them anyway. Blueprints, inputs. I was. I just didn't remember the needed adjustments to create the right thing. This is gonna be a little rough. First, let's see if this will print a string. Get object name. There we go. Print out the name of our player. If this UI understands and can actually see the player. There we go. Null being just empty anyway. Right? Yeah, we can just leave that empty like that. Player ref is not empty. Print that string of what its name is. So it has the reference. That's great. It's working. I did not expect that. Hell yeah. Excellent. We're gonna do a do once here, and we're going to tell it to... Oh, can I not make a custom... Oh, I can. And this one, this custom event is going to be... Design, player, ref, do menus. And this is quite literally just going to take our... It's going to get player ref, and it's going to push out to the other components that needed it. Such as, we'll get this action menu switcher. And we should be able to get... Gets the index of a specific child widget. There we go. Switcher. Perfect. So I would need to get... Do I have for each as an option here? Look at that, a for each loop. That's great. Not changing the switcher. So this thing technically holds on to several things in it. Alright, we're just gonna do it. 3 different ways here. So that's why this is set on a do once, because I don't want it to do this a bunch of frickin' times. So we're getting the widget that's at 0, and we're player ref. Oh no. You're not gonna give me like the specific widget already. Oh wait, you can. You can actually. There we go. It's just gonna have to be a hard cast initially, so that way I can do this and get set. Scroll all the way to. Oh, you're not gonna show me my thing? There we go. Set player ref. And now we can take this and plug that right on in. This is how all of our canvases and widgets and stuff are now about to get the reference to the player, is by me doing this quite a bit. And the cast fail is going to come down here to a reroute, which will kind of stretch out over here to a print string. That'll just say player reference transfer failure. In a red color. Let it stay for 30 seconds, so that way it will eventually migrate to the very top of the screen, be at the forefront, be the most noticeable. Let's get the blue out of that tint. It's going to bother me, and we're good. We can set that like that. Next, we need to basically do this again, but for a different index. Actually, hang on. I should be able to do a regular for loop. 0, 1, 2. So first index at 0. Select, drop the index in there, and we're going to change the pin type to widget. Widget blueprint. And yep, there it is. Cool. So we can do the attack, the magic, and we'll add a pin and return that for the item submenu. And what we're going to do here is, depending on the value, that is what we're going to do the whole casting thing to. We're also going to, by index, switch on int. The selection is going to be what the index is, and since we know that there's going to be 3 viable options, what we do is we, on this loop, go through and say, okay, 0 is going to be the attack submenu, so we're going to do cast to attack submenu, and we do the return value there, and then we do the same thing for the other submenus. Magic submenu, cast to magic submenu. Same thing right there. And for 2 is going to be the items submenu. And we plug that in there. So what that accomplishes is it's making sure that it's grabbing each appropriate submenu widget that I made. To reference real quick, or to cast to and tell it to do something, and it's going to do it for each loop as it goes through from 0 to 2. And what it's going to do is it's going to set their player references equal to this. Right? Yes. I just thought of something else, actually. That specific menu will not work. I need to do this. You won't let me. Oh no. Okay. So this is going to be a select. Okay, that's wrong. Let's try this again. This is what experimentation's about, for trying to get these things the way you want it if you're not going to try and, like, rip it all off the internet. Which I am opposed to, so we're going to take this and plug that in as the options. Wonderful. So now it knows that we're getting a widget object reference. And that means that I can pretty much set the index equal to that, set the return value options as needed. Get rid of this. So on loop, based off whatever index we're at, we're going to get the index. We're going to get the widget at the appropriate index between 0 and 2. We're going to assign their player reference equal to the already existing player reference here. And I'm going to go ahead and just give it a quick little tidy up, make that pop out through there, so that way we can make a little fork here, be nice and neat, and I'll drag that down in a second. So now we go over here, set player ref, it grabbed the wrong one. Set play, go, set player. Bring that, make sure we plug in that value, and then make sure we do the same thing. Set player ref. Awesome. Get this. Drop it down. Drop it, drop it, drop it low. What is the problem? Oh, okay, yeah, no, I see. No, that's fair, that's fair. I accept that as a problem. However, it's not my problem. You best be doing your damn job here. Okay. If any of these failed, they're going to drop down to this reroute. When the teacher told you not to use paid assets, did he lower your score based off you using a paid assets? No, I don't think he did. I think he was just kind of telling me to be careful when using paid assets, especially for school stuff. And I've been responding to him in the, like, very publicly in that space, and, like, explaining what I'm doing and what I'm using things for. So the only plugins I use are the one that you see all the time here, which is that, where's my player character? It's this wiring to look all, like, straight and, like, really aesthetically pleasing. It stops my brain from going absolutely ballistic about having spaghetti string everywhere. I hate the basic spaghetti string user interface thing, but I love the visual scripting aspect. Now, moving beyond that, the other one that I have is this sky, which is a free asset that is... It was a paid asset once, and it became permanently free on a specific day, and it's like one of the pinned things in the Unreal Marketplace. Anyone can get this. So I let the teacher know both of them are there for my personal aesthetic choices that will help me develop at a normal pace and not get hung up on things I don't need to get hung up on. Like, let me make sure that every single individual wire is has a reroute node and is aligned, so that way there's no bending and weirdness happening. Because this is already doing it for me. I just need to go ahead and, you know, work with whatever little things my brain won't compromise on, and then carry on. Go right there. And this cast fail, perfect. I'm gonna also bring this one in here and bring this one in here, and then from here we go up to this, because that is the basically the fail scenario. And I'm gonna copy this here, post it up here in a different color. We'll say a yellow color. Also for 30 seconds, and say player reference transfer complete successfully. Let me put a space in there because it needs it. And do we put it in any of these? Absolutely not. Also, I want to put the default thing going right there as well. Alright, we want to put the completed node to be the one that prints that out. So we're going to drag that down. That's the outside of the loop. Everything else is on the inside of the loop. Yes. Okay. Wildcard error, because I didn't plug the index into it. It's fine. Figure your shit out. So this is a now custom function that I have created called, or rather a custom event called assign player to ref menus, or player ref to menus, so we're going to call it here. And we're not going to reset this, we don't need to. This is the only thing we're really putting on this event tick right here, for now. Because I need it to print out that information and tell me what's going on. Player reference transfer complete successfully. Okay, so all of the player references are being pushed accordingly. So that's for the attack submenu stuff. We also need to have the player reference honestly pushed out to more than these, but those are the only ones that are in the actual reference, not reference thing, the switcher. So the other things here is we're going to create maybe a function. Are you going to let me create? Yeah, I can create a function right here. Awesome. So we're going to say update, not states, update stats. And update stats is going to check and make sure. Actually, what is this? Yeah, we're still in the battle UI. Branch. As long as the player ref is not empty. So basically what we want to do is say is valid. Honestly, I don't think we need that version of it. Is valid. Yeah, let's just get that one. That's something I need to use a lot more, the is valid thing. I'm gonna go back and swap that in the other thing of code over here. Because what was I doing? I was checking if player... Yeah, there we go. Is valid. Should be under utilities. Perfect. So whenever player ref is valid, that's when it'll do a do once, and it will assign the player references out. So as soon as our canvas knows who the player is, all of the submenus and components that need that reference will subsequently know. So I was working on that over here, and what it should do is... I really wanted to do another a for each thing, but we're not doing that. Actually, I could. Do another for loop, and we can say the indexes would be... Oh, hold up. Which one's which? Let me go to the designer real quick. So, okay, yeah, see right there. Strength number, all that's going to be on the player stat box. So that means that the enemy stat box is the one that's got the ones on it. Okay, that's fine. I can work with that. Going back to the whole plugin thing, I think, honestly, if you are worried about losing bits of your score for the possible plugins you're using, I wouldn't use them. I use the ones I use because it literally is part of my creative process to have those just aesthetic changes on there. It doesn't change anything major about the code. The most complicated thing about it is the Good Sky plugin / blueprint. Basically works the sky hemisphere with a custom thing that they have made, so it looks much nicer, and you can set up different types of sky and weather settings. But again, that's a free asset that is available to everyone now, forever, so not really a paid asset. You can probably get away with it. I just try and take it one step further and make sure I personally understand how to use what I'm using and like what went into making it, so that way I can work on it if I need to. I don't have a lot of time to work on it right now, but I've understood the base principles of what is in the Good Sky plugin. As for the wires, that's basically quite literally just editor scripting that you can change. So you can make your own type of plugin that will do this exact same thing. I just didn't have the time this summer to work on that. We're going out to the graph because our first index... So we have accuracy here, agility. We're going to go by specific order, so it's strength, intellect, agility, luck, and accuracy, if I recall. Luck und accuracy. Ja. Sehr gut. I need a tailor. If you expected me to finish it with the SpongeBob line and laugh, I wasn't going to. But the fact that it lives rent-free in whoever thought about its head, they now have to live with that. You're sponge-brained. Alright. I have refreshed my water. I honestly grabbed another energy drink because it's been an early start kind of day for me after only getting about 4 hours of sleep. Which is kind of becoming the usual Tuesday morning. By the way, I wanted to mention this. I remembered all on my own. If you check in the description of this video, we have our Discord link in there. It should be one of those permanent links. If it ever gets abused, I will, you know, obviously go through my videos, find them, and delete them all the way through if it becomes an issue later. Or I'll just, you know, deactivate it on the Discord side. But for now, we have a permanently active link that is saved into our, like, OBS settings. Whenever I'm creating a scene, it should just kind of be there. So, that's the thing. Hooray! If you would ever like to join the Discord, feel free. We have a number of developers in there, student developers, and not just in specifically game development. There's designers, we have sound people, we've got people that specialize in various different things. I like artists. Artists and gamers. No capitalists. Capitalists can go to hell. Unless you're, like, trying to fix capitalism to not be advanced racism / classism / slavery. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and start changing these numbers based off. We have 5 values here, so we're gonna start at index 0 and end at index 4. Okay? So, we can actually copy this as well. And do it again for the enemy stats as well. Yeah. Fairly certain. I just realized I need an enemy reference on the battle UI as well. Nice. Let's set that to enemy ref. And set that to enemy... Oh, wonderful. Look at how polite. How can we denote proper nouns without capitals? You're asking the wrong person, and honestly, anyone that codes using general coding principles of camel casing, generally lower camel casing, yeah, you know, we can work pretty well without the capitals. It's space that's required to make the difference. Yeah, see? You can take that philosophically, you can take that literally. Wonderful. I love double entendre. I know. Apparently my retort was too advanced. It's fine. I'll try again. Some other time. We're going to drag these same variables that we already dragged out, but we're going to drag it out even more. We're going to drag it out so much, it's going to be like a presidency. Speaking of, pray for my friend. She's got to drive to a different state, like 3 days. At that, she's got to drive to a southern state from a northern state, like 3 days after the election. Yeah, that's a rough one. So we have 4 of them. I still needed luck, right? Yeah, luck was supposed to be there before the accuracy. Make space. Luck. Okay. So if I go to select and set one of these there as an option, that means that all these other ones should be now available as options to plug in. Awesome. Strength, intellect, agility, luck, and Accuracy. Do the same thing for this one. Strength, intellect, agility, luck, and accuracy. The wild card is going to be the index from each of these. This'll work. There won't be any problems from this. Can't possibly foresee this freaking out about having several things to assign multiple times throughout a loop. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So, we're going to go ahead and loop through first index, and now I get to scoot this over. We want to grab our player reference. Like our personal player reference here on the battle UI. And we're going to want the stats. I'm not making them public. I am, however, going to make a function to return them all. Report stats. So we add a return node. And now I have to drag all of these. Good. Good. And good. There we go. Now we just start plugging this in. And what this will do is when we call this function, it's going to allow us to have these pins on the function thing that we are calling out. Like so. As you can see, it completely ignored what I wanted it to do. Come on, don't fuck with me. Is that not a... I put it on the enemy character first. That's cool. Let me just go ahead and grab that and paste it into the player. That's crazy. Sprites, characters... Nope! Blueprints. There we go. Paste function, report stats. Cool. Should still work about the same. Except now I should be able to call it. Don't do it to me again. Oh, there it is, report stats. Okay. Awesome. So for each time it goes through, it's going to report stats from the player. Also gonna grab that that enemy ref, jump out to the event graph, and make sure that we also get... I'm gonna put this on a sequence. Scoot out. Sequence. There you go. That's your the first step in the sequence. It'll be just right up here, nice and out the way, right? Cool. Next step. Basically same thing. Come on now. But enemy ref. When it's true, it doesn't rightly matter. Everything else is going to be automatic after that point. But when it's false, we're just going to say print string and say can't find enemy. Make that last 10 seconds. We'll make that into that obnoxious red that we don't want to see. Okay. I won't need to assign the references to menus for the enemy because we're not going to be controlling the enemy. No one is. That'll be AI controlled. It doesn't need menus. Which is lovely. So we can report stats there and there. So what we want to do now that we have this kind of set up for both of them, so that way it's a nice little duplicate. We could honestly just have done it all on the one and then copied it, but this will reinforce it in our heads, right? So now that we have the stat reports, we can do a switch on int. Let's see, we've got 5, so there's 3, 4, and 5 based on the index. Honestly, I'm gonna have to scoot this because it'll need to get the report from both before we jump onto the loop. Hang on. Let me... sequence. So that way it's in order. Then the second one goes to you. You can freak out about it if you want. Be in second, but you will have to deal with it. Enemy. And now we can have this here. We can do a... Let me just copy this switch up here. I'm actually going to invert this to be separate, like different from the other one, because we're going to bring this one down. Because these numbers here go for this guy up here, and these numbers here go for this guy down here. See? Everyone gets their space. I need to plug the index in here still. Yep, that made it a little thinner. Makes it a little dietary. And now we get to go through here and tell it what to do for each one. So the 0 is obviously option 0 there, strength. So we want to set the thing here. We can also get the reroute node for this one ready. get these kind of scooted a little bit. Okay, so from here we want to go ahead and say set text. Alright, so we have variables, content, text. We want that text to be equal to text. To the text of the strength, of course. Kind of gonna like push this out a bit so that way it has a little bit of room to breathe. Because we're just gonna kind of keep doing this over and over. Actually, I'm gonna do it for these two first before I like full commit to the thingamabobber. To text. And the reason I phrase it like that is I'm not sure I'm grabbing the right text value to change. So we want to make sure that we're adjusting the right thing. So now that I've at least gotten those two set up, I want to make sure that we call update stats at some point there once our player is good and set. Assign player ref to menus, and then we can update stats. Again, this is attached to event tick on a sequence, but it's also attached to a do once, so it will only call it once and update at least two of the values, or at least it should update two of the values over here. Strength and intellect should be different when we hit play. They are. It says it can't find enemy right now because I haven't told it how to find the enemy, so that's totally fine. But I don't want it to continue being a problem like that. I'm smiling like an idiot because I'm glad that I saw the changes reflected there. So that means that I am changing the right values. I want to go into here, and it's having trouble finding enemy. If enemy ref is invalid, we'll say can't find enemy. That's right, it's in the starter thing here. That's right. That means that I can technically go over here and also set enemy ref. Awesome. And then plug down into that. Cool. So with this, we have the... I haven't actually even plugged in the reference itself. Spawn enemy character should be there. So that's the enemy. That's our player. These things are good. Now it shouldn't have a problem, but we can now also go back in here and finish assigning those stats here. Because we can just drag this off, that text, get another to text integer, plug that in there, and that's going to be value number 2. You're there. You're there. I know it's looking all goofy and cattywampus right now. Once I get them positioned, or once I get them all on there, I'll go ahead and sort them out a little bit. Not like that. Don't do that to me. I will have a heart attack. Set text. Grab that luck to text. By the way, for anyone curious, I went ahead and started up playing the early access for Hades 2. And generally, I've been trying to step away from early access games because, you know, it's been setting a bad precedent to have all these early access things everywhere. It makes it very difficult for anyone else to compete when AAA games are not only securing the date of their release for the normies that aren't, you know, super financially set and able to buy things on a dime. It's setting a date for hype for them, but it's also setting another several different dates for people with more money. It's really fucked up in quite a few ways. Greed is just bad. Anyway, we plugged that 3 into that value right there. You know, I got us back on task. It's smart move. Pro gamer move. Set text. And we'll go ahead and now do that with the accuracy. Nope. I was typing the wrong thing to text. Did it 4 times already, and I effed it up right at the end. By effed? Fudged. Fudged it. So good! Grab all those, ignore that. Bring it up a little bit more. That's kind of nice. But I still want this up a little higher. Basically gonna do the same exact shit, so I'm just gonna copy this and bring it down here. And hope that it doesn't, yeah, it's not gonna freak out. It won't freak out, not on me. It knows me. People to random, very, very predatory and hungry animals. We'll plug that in there. And then just go down the line. We'll feather it out to all the appropriate targets. We'll apply these to their appropriate spots. And now we plug them in. Okay, that should do it. See how much better this looks, that it's not spaghetti? Oh, God, it's evoking the feeling of me working on a gummy ship back in the days when I was playing like Kingdom Hearts. That's me as a kid. All right, we're done with that. Let's see how that comes out. Oh, it's only showing the... Okay, so it shows the base stats. I'm gonna need it to update those stats. So it's setting it like that because it's pretty much right there at the start. It's telling me how early it is that it's getting these, which I like. Okay. 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 Man, I am a sequence whore. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I love sequences for flow control now. In fact, I love all the flow control nodes. The flow control nodes have been saving my life. At the very least, my mentality. Okay, so we have that one there. We'll get another do once. Plug that in right there. We'll even start this one closed, and we'll say when this one is done, that's when we reset that one and open it. And then it goes here. Excellent. So basically it's waiting until all the assignments of the player reference are sent out before it goes ahead and gets the, starts updating stats. And once the player ref is pushed out, the enemy reference should also already be done. See, there we go. But it's only, it only took, it said it after only one of the assignments happened. Okay, so how am I gonna go about this? Got it. That's what I wanted. The stats ready qualifier, but not there, actually. Now that I look at it, I was doing that wrong. So I think I can skip that if I'm going to be already doing this as a check. So we can do then branch if the player's stats are ready. True. Do once. Update stats. Because those stats aren't going to change throughout the match, hopefully. Oh wait, they might. I can actually do it based off of an attack type. If it's something that reduces or increases a stat, we can tell it to update stats on the battle UI. And it does nothing now. Let me see again what's being printed out. Okay, yeah, so our stats are definitely being printed out all right there. Ah, it's because I stupidly left start closed still checked off. I'm betting. I'm betting. Look at that. It had a little bit of a freak out, a little jumble, trying to figure it out, but there it is. The reason our enemy hasn't been set is because we have not set that up in the rest of that update stats. Actually, yes, we did. Oh, those were just the loops, too. To report those all out. This technically also doesn't have a completion point. So I can just print from here, I guess. Print string, and we're gonna say that's update complete. Just so that way it has something to confirm. So that can only mean that our enemy stats are staying that way because they're not being assigned, which means I'm not calling them, am I? Stats ready, assign. Ah, see? It should be going. So then, why isn't it? That's because I never initially called it. But wait, I don't need to. Let's find out why you're not going, shall we? Stepping into the next one. Okay, our attribute points are still staying at 20. Why? Our player was working out pretty well. I know what it is. I know what it is. Stop. I know the answer. It's because we have a 0% chance to assign any of those points. Stay thirsty, my friends. Yeah, damn it. Okay. 0.15. Let's see what else might need to be set up. Nope, we set those values already. The attribute chance. It's the same thing as the percent chance. I just used percent chance instead of attribute chance. I could probably delete that, but I'll worry about it later. Stats ready. We'll drop that up here. But other than that, there's no actual change. So let me cut off that breakpoint, because now it should be fine. Look at that! Both have different values. Ah, feels good when things work. Alright, now for revealable enemy stats, I'm gonna have to change. I'm just gonna assign regular names. We're not going to have a, like, player input. Please input your name. I'm gonna go into the designer. And we're going to change the text on this to Baron O Beef Dip Jr. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is the enemy's name. That's the stat scaler. I'm not messing with that. Where is the enemy name and state plate? Name Baron O Beef Dip Jr. Props to anyone that knows where I got that reference from. Just instantly puts a smile on my face. That works exactly at 0. Player is the Quiet Kid. We're also going to give him a little bit of space there on the left. Just the teensiest, tiniest bit. Just some padding. Left, let's make that like an 8. Yeah, let's do that on both sides, shall we? Yeah, a little respect to the Quiet Kid. Okay. So those values are set. Next thing we want to bind up is the health and mana. So we want to go ahead and bind player ref current health. We'll do that here for bind player ref. Current mana. Bind enemy ref current mana. And bind enemy ref current health. Should work. Should. So we can see that it works. It bound and it realized that they are both at their maximum current possible health. Ah, that's good. Okay. Setting all of this up was a pain in the ass. I'm gonna be straight up honest. But now seeing things just kind of like plug and play, now that it's all set up, it's feeling a little bit better. So now it's time for buttons. On clicked. We're also going to get the on-clicked events for all of these. On click. On clicky. Defend is just going to be like confirmation box and then defend. Actually, no. Screw the confirmation boxes. If you click, you're committed. It's just like chess. You let go of the piece, you're done. So I don't have anything for defend just yet. I don't even have animation for defend. Like, I don't think I even found one for defend. So let's see. Attack. On clicked, B attack. We're going to... Okay, if not, get widget at index. Windex. Widget index. Windex. Funny. Okay. Gets the slot object on the child widget as a widget switcher slot, allowing you to manipulate its information. Okay. We want to set active widget. Activates the widget at the specified index. So... what happens if I just do set active widget? It's not gonna have them there, so cool. Widget index for the win. Let's take a look at our widget index again. Make sure that we have that in order. The sub-action area, the chosen action menu switcher, so it's attack, magic, then items. That is the order that we need to abide by. Attack, magic, and items. Okay. Just gonna drop one of these here, because this is going to be copied, pasted there and there. I'll worry about that later. Plug that there. There, and there. We haven't set what will be hidden or not based on turn order and stuff like that, so we will have to do that. I'll probably make a couple of arrays or lists to add things into. So it's like I'll have one that says during enemy turn, and then it'll have a bunch of like player-related shit that will fade out and not exist, and then during player turn, it'll have a bunch of other stuff. You know how it goes. Or just letting you know how it will go. Set that to 1, and set this one to 2. In theory, this should work. It's working, except the text is actually blocking the buttons a little bit. I didn't think it would, but look at that! And now we have the other little buttons in there that we're gonna have to set up, but the switcher works. I'm gonna not worry about the text blocking it, because if someone wants to spend their entire time trying to click exactly within the text to be like, hey, it doesn't work, ha ha ha, I'll be like, yeah, let's see you do it in a week too. Okay. Defend is going to have to call on a specific, like, defend command thing. We need... The level script is actually what I want to hold the turn structure. Current turn stage. Or just... Yeah, turn stage is fine. Ah, turn state is what I wanted, not stage. I knew my brain was like, you're almost there, you're almost there. You've got it. You won't look stupid. Okay. So, once we have these... we start looking out for... What's a dis... no, I don't think I want that, actually. Be gone, you, whatever you are. So there's the turn state, begin turn, taking turn. Where's my enums? Enums. Okay. Attack abilities, magic abilities. There's the health thresholds for changing up the AI. Menu option. Aha! I had something for that and I didn't even use it. Oh well. Better to have it, not need it. Turn state, usable items. Okay, apparently I didn't make the one I would really need, which is... we're gonna call it the turn owner. Whose turn is it anyway? Pre-game? Player and enemy are still rolling stats and preparing for game. Default state. Next one is going to be... player turn. Active human player takes their turn in this time. And enemy turn. NPC AI tries not to fail and takes their turn during this time. And next is going to be... I'll add it for the hell of it. It's not really going to be something that's in there. Just as like a proof of concept thing that, hey, I thought of it, it's there. And the last one's going to be the post game. The game is officially over. This will help me cut out a step. And player loss. And then we go down here and do basically the same thing. Game is officially over, resulting in an enemy loss. Player wins. Right. So the whole reason that we did that is because turn state not going to be good enough for me right now. We need turn owner. We're going to set both of these to public just in case any of the other pieces and components need to pull from it to understand where they need to be at. We're going to get the turn owner over here. We're going to set the owner over here. So set turn owner is going to automatically be set to pregame at event begin play. That'll be when we spawn our player, spawn the enemy position, and take care of these things. And once that part is complete, we wait until Battle UI tells us that these things are done. Okay. Target ready. Once that's through, stats ready, go up there. We can update stats across the board. And now we can go ahead and I'll need to go over here. Make a public bool. Not a public variable, named bool. Game start. We're gonna say game started, since it's gonna be a true or false. Game started. We are looking out for that here. We are also going to be setting it externally. Or we can just have a function that says start game. New function. Start the game. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. Let me get rid of these things real quick before I start cluttering it up with conceptual crap. Start the game is going to go ahead and set game started through. Return game started. Actually, no. It'll just be that. And, oh, hey, cool. We dropped a few frames. Sorry about that. We have start the game. We're going to have... Get game started. Cool. And this one is just going to go straight out to a return. That feeds game started. Fine. Boop. That's all that is. That's all it needs to be. Wonder if we can pure cast it. Just say start the game from the external source. And then is game started is something we should be able to check from our other characters. So once that's done, stats ready, true. Did the game build work out? I haven't got a build to do yet. I am not close to having this, like, ready to have a testable thing to print yet. Or to print, to build out and play yet. The most I have is that it does the stats, it assigns the numbers to it, and then I can have my widget down here, my attack widget, and magic widget, and item widget go ahead and change out, showing the buttons that are associated with them. Defend doesn't do anything for right now, but, like, I still have quite a bit to do before I can even, like, try and worry about getting the enemy to take their turn properly. It's gonna be really crazy. So I want to assign attribute points. That's done. Once stats ready is true. Our next branch is going to be basically a check from RPG battle, or not a check from the RPG battle. Derp, not what I wanted to do and or say. Oh, I was doing this from the enemy character. I need to do it on both anyway, but I need to be a little more proactive on the player. Let's just do this and get this kind of started. I want to check that purecast node. We want to see if that actually works. So that purecast node on the RPG thing is game. Nope, doesn't seem like it's there. Yeah, it says public. Yeah, I guess it won't work as a pure. Unfortunate. Okay, so let's go back to the enemy character, I guess, and try that again. We're looking for is game. That's not what I'm looking for. Is that how I typed it? Is game started? Yeah. Target is RPG battle. Turning off the context sensitivity. It really is not liking it. Like, this is a public variable. Why can't I do anything with it? Yeah, is game started? Public. Público. No me lo dices. So we're gonna get the level, and then we're gonna see if we can do it this way. Is game No. Really doesn't like it. Seriously, the hell? There is no other instance, it's the level. So I shouldn't need to do that. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. So it's finding it in our player character, which funny, and then here in our enemy character, also funny. Not finding it in our level, even though it is very plainly there. Our characters should be able to call a function from the goddamn thing. I'm not losing my mind on this. Sorry, I'm pulling something. I'm going forum hopping again because apparently, like, logic cannot be trusted. Explain what you want to do once your pawn is called. See that this person's saying you can use event dispatchers. They've never even taught us event dispatchers. Event that triggers on level blueprint. Call my event dispatcher. Is that going to return the logic that I want, though? I guess it can if it's, Alright. I guess it can if we do things right. And by that, I mean we're going to make a custom event. And we're going to do check games start status. And this is going to do the is game started function. Jesus. The messed up part is that this still doesn't help, because if I call it from the player, I have no way to like do a return here. Like, I can't. It needs to be from inside of a function if I want to return it, and here's the thing right here that I want to return. But problems. I'm not having fun with this. Very much so, it's quite the opposite. I'm getting annoyed at this. We're going to disconnect this and take this and all of this. Oh, I'm holding the wrong key. We're gonna grab all those and just move it over here. What if we took Bikini Bottom and put it over there? Let's open up that enemy again, because that was where I was stupidly already doing stuff. Or, I had this here. And I was upset because once the stats are ready, we're having trouble doing the whole, what is it? Check if, or check game. Damn, just check nothing. They didn't have anything out there. Turn off the context sensitivity and let's see what happens. Get checked state is checked. Target is checkbox. Those are all for checkbox states. Checking in files and stuff. Set checked state, still for checkboxes. Yep. It refuses to see our thing here, even as a thing here. It's not replicated. It's set to public. I don't understand why you don't work. See, this is what I mean when I try and tell the teacher that, like, having office hours on a Saturday is like basically having office hours at the very start of when I start a project, because they're not my only class. And though they would want me to make an appointment to go ahead and try and work with them or have them help me and work that way, it won't work with the trying to keep in compliance with submitting these things on a 1-week time frame. And if I'm not submitting it with that time frame constraint, then I'm not doing the rapid game development class. I'm basically just doing a standard game design class from like year 2. So I have to do this. And by the time I get to a point where I actually hit a snag that I could really use the teacher's help with, where my brain is just like, I can't figure this out, it's today. The evening of the final day, 4 hours before I have to submit it. Tell me where the teacher is going to find time to help me in there. And I would not have foreseen an issue trying to get my level blueprint, of all things, to be accessible by my player or anything else. Why can't this call? Why does this not work? Great questions. Get level names, get level instance subsystems. Get level, get level, get level. That's level streaming stuff. Don't want that. Like, I don't really know what to do. Parent class level script actor. Really? Interesting. This isn't... I'm very floored by how this is a thing right now. That was that one. We're gonna go back to this one. This person doesn't have any explanation as to what they're actually doing, so I can't tell if it's a similar issue. Call blueprint functions in the root world level. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Cast a third-person character, bind event to player action, new what? In our game, we have a simple level that streams in sub-levels. I want to call a function in the root level blueprint from a player character. How does one get a handle on the top level blueprint? Okay. Okay, so they're trying to... Wait, what? Like, what are you even answering to? Where... So they're making event dispatchers and dummy call events to get to this. This is from Unreal 4.27. Each of the call in editor resident. F to doubt. F to doubt. Because I bet it's not. Find a delegate. These are all events. Change delegate. Oh look, none of those events seem to be. What? Level instance. What's that? Is main world only? Nope. Don't see anything there. Nope. Nothing different in level instancing, which honestly I don't think I even have on. Huh. Nothing there! Oh, on reach jump apex. I can use that on one of my other projects. I'm gonna keep that in mind. But for this is not what I need. Goddamn, goddamn. So that wasn't it. It's a level-wide global event graph. How can my characters not access a global event graph? Level blueprint events. No. No way. Because I don't have them out here, so I shouldn't have to, like, select them in the editor to do something like that. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, I dislike so much about what's like transpiring. Let's put that there, see what happens. Play from here. Nope, not what I want. None of this is what I want. Fuck it. Fuck it, screw it, and F it. Oh my god, this is the worst goddamn thing! Are you serious? I just realized that I was about to go ahead and say, like, alright, I can drag and drop the player and enemy into the thing here and then drag off of them, but then I also realized that, no, I can't. I cannot do that. I need to store these guys as, like, my own regular references here. This is so stupid. I cannot believe that the Unreal Engine, of all things, does not have a way for, like, a basic way that doesn't require using an entire delegation system that most people don't commonly know or understand. Oh, that's so frustrating. Okay. We're gonna promote that to a variable, and we're gonna call that top level player ref. Yep. Set that up. We're gonna do the same thing for the enemy. Promote to variable. Top level enemy ref. Wunderbar. That's wonderful. Close that up. Now we have references to our player and our enemy here, which means that we can just kind of constantly keep the game, the is game started thing feeding back to those guys. Let's see if I can actually pure cast this now. There we go. That's all I wanted, pure cast. Because now what I can do is on... Probably not on event tick. But we're going to do it on tick anyway, because I don't care to make this too efficient now. I need to stop trying to be efficient about this. This just needs to get done at this point. And I hate that mindset, I really do. Like, this class is just bottled up, graded crunch time, and it's not efficient for teaching, in my opinion. And I typically have very strong opinions about teaching and how it should be done, so it's no new thing here for me. What if... So that's what I was trying to get report game started status from these guys. Stupidly enough was not gonna... Oh wait, no, that was exactly what I was trying to do. I just created it and then backed out of it. I was looking at these guys. Report stats, that's fine. Assign attribute points, that's fine. Both of those are working. You and you... We're just gonna get rid of those. No friggin' problem. RPG battle system. Report game started status. And this is going to get top level player ref. Nope, nope, we're not setting them. I need to just grab them out here. Get top level player ref, get top level enemy ref. And we're going to set their... Because they each both have individual values as well here. See? Set game started. Set game started. And for both of these, stack them up one on top of the other. Sequence 1 and 2. And then we want to go ahead and grab that pure casted is game started. Good. Now that is going to basically very regularly report the state of the game started thing to the players of the game. And we're going to be here checking to see if the players are stats ready. Scrappers ready? Question mark. And this is going to... I'm just going to copy and paste both of them so I don't drag them individually anymore. Just going to check them both and see... Get stats ready. Get stats ready. If both of those guys have their stats ready, we can comfortably start the game. So we get this branch, we make sure that we set an AND bool, so that way we can combine both of these as conditions, and that way it'll have to make sure that both of them are true before it moves on. If they are true, start the game. As I do once. Alright. I'm going to set us back down to regular height. Not standing anymore. I'd like to have a seat. There's going to be no reset for this. Start the game, it just sets it to game started, and then everything else is just going to be checked off after that. So... Oh. Actually... Check game started, and if game is not started, then we want to check if scrappers are ready. Once game started is true, we want to function decide starting player, and we're going to do the whole branch with a weighted random pool with weight, 50-50 chance since there's only 2 players. So it can go ahead and decide turn owner player or turn owner enemy. Now we need to have a little bit of a turn state control. Turn state controller is should probably take in who the turn owner is. So as an input, we'll put current turn owner Honestly, if I remember correctly, Unreal actually has like a turn-based system built into it as a game mode, so a lot of people will probably just be using that, and I probably would have been smart to do that. But I don't feel like I'd learn anything, because I don't know how that system works, unless I build it myself. So turn state controller, we're going to get our current turn owner. There we go. So current state controller, we're going to check and see if it's the player turn. If it's not, we're going to check and see if it's the enemy turn. And we're doing it this way for reasons. Okay. So, starting off here, we are going to be checking to see whose turn it is when turn state controller is called. We're going to see there should probably be in the enemy character when their turn comes around. They're gonna have to do a thing where they decide like what move to do, so I'll just randomize based on their health threshold. But for me, or just for these turn structures in general, want to go ahead and check turn state. Hold up. I need to create a local variable. Last known turn owner. That's what I need. So we want to get that last known turn owner first and foremost. Let's disconnect these. I'll get distracted by looking at them too much. So we need to get our last known turn owner because we want to make sure that they initially start out at pregame. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to change up that stuff as we go through there. Okay, so last known turn owner is not or is equal. Not equal? Equal? Not equal? I'll just say branch. The current turn owner, meaning the person whose turn it is about to be, is not the same as the last known turn owner. That means it is a new turn. So then that would mean alright, now we can go and do the other things. Based off how my brain is kind of grabbing at stuff right now. So we're gonna put a reroute node here. So that way we can branch up here, we can branch down here, and we can set these back to enemy and player turns. We can get both of these kind of over here. That'll be fine. Bring these up. So when one of those is false, it should go to the other one, although I don't think... Yeah, it shouldn't need to, right? No, that is exactly how it needs to go. That's my bad. I would have messed that up if I tried to change it any other way right now. Okay, so if it's the player turn, we want to set it to upkeep. I just realized something else. It's the reason that I'm moving these over. Because if I don't set this up right now, I'll forget about it later. And since I'm going to be cramming this to the very last second, I don't want to forget things. So we're going to put a switch on turn state. Yeah, current. Yeah, there we go. Hit turn state. We're going to change these now to current turn state and current turn owner. Now that we're specifying former turn, this turn kind of deal. So this basically says if the last turn owner is the same as the current turn owner, meaning we're continuing the same turn, it's going to check what turn state we're on and then make sure that things are still proceeding smoothly. Set turns... Set current turn state to upkeep. Because this is all just to start off a new turn right up here. We're going to need to set variables for a couple things here, such as and that's going to bother me. There we go. We're going to create a variable called upkeep maintenance. That's a thing. So upkeep maintenance is going to basically be like, hey, if we have upkeep to worry about, such as poison or like damage ticks or anything like that, then we continue the upkeep turn. If not, then we're going to skip down to begin turn. So first check right there is the maintenance, the upkeep maintenance. If it's true, then I'm just going to put a C over here for perform upkeep tasks, i.e. tick poison or tick DOTs, and just etc. From that point on, I don't need to come up with a bunch of different examples. So that's what that would do if it were true. And as false, we're going to go ahead and tell it to set current turn state. And and change that to begin turn. This one is going to check for any other, like, start of turn stuff. Actually, not necessarily. This one should be, we're going to set a branch here, and we're going to do the little comparisons. Of current turn owner. Get current turn owner. I also forgot to do this. Set last known turn owner to the current turn owner. Let me also detach it from there and plug that in properly from that thing that I already made. So that sets the last known turn owner properly. And from there, go down here. So that means that the current turn owner should then be able to... I'm going to have to drag this down just so that way I can be totally sure. Damn it. There we go. Do that. So we get that turn owner. The reason I'm doing it from there is because that it would kind of defeat the point of this if I didn't, you know, kind of use what I'm doing. So we have this here. We want to make sure that the current owner is... First, we want to check if it's equal to the player. And if not, then that means that it's the enemy. So either way, we want to make sure if it's... Actually, if it's enemy turn, we want to go ahead and place this over here. That says... Pick random... what do you call it? Pick random action. Pick random action based on health threshold. Nice. If enemy, do that. If not, go on to taking turn. I mean, I'm still going to do that over here as well. I'm going to leave that there as like the pseudocode saying that this should go like do taking turn, where it'll perform this action of picking that. Gonna basically copy the same branch over a couple times here. Taking turn, execute turn choices. So as a player, taking turn would be something that we do plenty of. So it's just going to wait for our input at that point. And once we go ahead and click on one of the buttons that is like one of the final, so like, not final solution, Jesus Christ. One of the last destination points, like picking an actual attack, picking an item, picking defend. Once you've selected one of those like turn-ending actions, it will move forward. For the enemy, it's just going to get a chosen action and execute it. So we're going to go here for taking turn. If it's the enemy, we're going to perform random action based on health threshold. And then down here, it's going to be us taking turn. This should be deciding or decide actions. Player decides actions. NPC does any needed calculations in preparation for execution of chosen random command. And then down here at execute turn choices, it's obviously just going to be what I was initially having here. Perform random action. And end turn is going to be set current turn owner. And this is going to change based off of the results of this. So if it's enemy turn... Oh, I need to create another one of these first. Whoops. Yep, we'll plug that in there. There you go. Right, so if it's the enemy turn, then we want that to turn into player turn. And if not, it goes back to enemy turn. Hooray! Okay. Now we're going to space these out, so that way they're not all fluster-clucked. Bring these down a little bit more. And what even is this? Begin turn. Checking to see what? It's false, then we're taking turns. All right, pick the random action based on the threshold. Cool. So it's all still basically the same exact F and S. Functions of S. Okay, everything else should be okay over here. We'll just put these up here. What was this one? This was taking turns, right? And then I need to go ahead and make sure that we set current turn state to execute turn choices on both of these right after. And then both of these can go down to, what is that, end turn? Yeah. And that would happen generally if I were actually tuning this stuff like crazy. I would set the current turn state to end turn only after the attack animation or defense animation, item animation, whatever animation. Once that's done, give it about like half a second to maybe a full second, and then change the turn state over, have the banner pop up, say, you know, turn ended. This person's turn. Fun stuff. Fortunately, we can't take the time to do that. I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. We got about 20 minutes left. I'm back. Okay. Most of this is basically enemy turn AI stuff. But this is just to control the turn state on a level blueprint, like level? I know that's a little weird saying it that way. But it'll work. Based off of this, we can just constantly have our turn states updated off of whatever's available here. Which means, to me, in my head, oh, I could just make another report. Instead of report game started status, this one is going to be report turn state. Or turn info. Statistics. So we can send it out to the player and to the enemy, so that way they both know, because we also have current turn stage and the various things over here. I think I can get rid of chosen sub-menu on there for our player. I think those things can actually be used off of the other thing. I'm going to actually go back. Leave that on there. If it's not doing anything, it's fine. Base attribute value, I should have set this to 3. Okay. That's ready is controlled by our player and enemy themselves, but the rest of their stuff, like game started and all that other stuff, is going to be determined elsewhere. So... I know what I was confusing myself on. All of these need to be free! Be free! That means the same thing for this guy. Yep, there you go. Oh boy. Although chosen submenu is definitely not something the enemy needs. Ever. Every ever. Okay. Oi, stop it. So, RPG battle, report, top level. I've made the other things public already, so I think we can pop those off. Get rid of that. And now we can do the thing where we go and set. Come on now. Yeah, buddy. Alright, set current turn stage equal to whatever. Set current turn. Oh, that's right. I haven't set the turn owners on these guys. As in, I haven't created it. Turn owner. Owner! So like I said, we have about 15 minutes left now. I said 20 minutes before. That was before I went to the bathroom. So we've got 15 minutes left. I'm going to cut this off at 9 o'clock my time, so that way I can have dinner and continue working, because I'm going to be working while I'm cooking dinner, and then working while I'm eating dinner, and then working until the last second. This likely will not be functional. I'm going to be upset about it, but I have to carry on and not let this, like, super deeply negatively impact me as much as I would very much like to dwell on it. And by like, I mean I'd hate to dwell on this, but I can't help it when it's late at night and I'm trying to sleep, because my brain finds it funny. Why are you not letting me... You don't want to. Right, so let me go back here and properly recopy that, because you obviously weren't paying the fuck attention to me, enemy character. Thank you. Jesus. Some NPCs. Okay, so within the RPG battle, we can now go set current or set turn owner, and we can get our current turn owner. And this is all just so that way we can make sure that our characters are knowledgeable of where we are in the turn state and who's supposed to be going next. That sets these two. We can basically get the same things. Scoot that over just a tad. Drop that down for both, and then... Oh, no. Alright, fine. Current turn. And... what's that? A turn owner, too. Why not? So we go here, we drop that on there, we drop that on there. I realized I never finished what I was going to say about Hades 2, but I started playing it last night, you know, at like 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm never going to stop driving it home that anyone that wants to bitch and complain about me staying up too late, y'all realize that I'm actually like working all the way through that until like the wee hours of the morning where everyone else seeks unconsciousness. I seek to finally let myself relax. So I started it up because I've already beaten, like I've got several successful runs through on Hades, and I know that there's still a little part of the story that I don't have, but I think that's only going to be like unlocked through some rigorous challenges that are left behind. So I'm like, you know what? I have enough of it. I want to try the second one. It's in early access. I'm here to say though that I don't give a shit that it's early access. It looks and feels and plays amazingly so far. And like coming from me, that's saying something. I am very stingy when it comes to like my games. This doesn't have any like advanced monetization crap on it. That's plainly visible. I haven't found it at least. Not like all the other games that are shoving everything down your throat as much as they can. And the gameplay loop is similar to the original Hades, yet still different. And the story implications of what's currently happening is telling me that what I missed in the first one, whatever I didn't unlock of the story, was some huge shit. Because even the main character, like, I really don't want to spoil anything. Just know that it's a whole different ball game in Hades 2 in comparison to Hades 1. Okay, we've got these switchers in place. Everything else was basically good on this, right? It was just me trying to get the functions working. Nope. This one was update stats. This is the report turn statistics to the player and the enemy to make sure that those variables are always set appropriately for them. Let's also do a little bit of a event graph thing here. The event graph thing that I'm doing here is going to be a custom event that is going to say display notification update box. Yeah, that ought to do. I'm sorry, I just noticed something funky. I'm still gonna leave that comment box there empty because it'll bring my attention to this. So this is going to get something that still isn't set to invisible on my battle UI. Which I can get from here, return value. I should probably create a thing that saves to, so that way I can be like, oh look, I have a reference to my UI widget, even though I made it in this very top level fucking X should be accessible from everywhere blueprint. I'm still so mad about that. Promote that to variable. And then we're going to take that. We're going to change the variable name to UI canvas ref. And then I'm going to make sure that I get rid of that one little thing that I kind of accidentally scuffled on there. UI canvas reference. Perfect. Oh. That's not the widget. Okay, I set that for the player. So where's this go? Oh, that goes to the target, right. The target battle UI player ref, got it, and I'm setting the battle UI's references, and then I can just set my UI reference canvas from here. Okay, yeah, that's fine. But I can also just do that. Boop! Skiddly diddly boop! Isn't that better? Now, display notification box, I want this to reach into the battle UI and push out information. Turns, date, turn owner, actions taken to notification banner in center of view. So we go in here, we go ahead and create a function. Actually, I don't think this needs to be a function. This is probably just going to be in the event graph as a custom thing. Custom event, and we're going to call this show or hide notification banner. And there's the action update window, which I'm pretty sure is exactly what I think it is. Exactly what I need it to be. Right. Action update window. Yep, that's the one. That's the one, alright, it is. It's the scalar. Okay, yeah, so I just really need... Oh, I do need both, because I'm going to make one invisible and the... Okay, yeah. So if we grab both of them, it ain't gonna do shit because I still have to go back to the graph. So that's action update window and T update text. Action update window. T update text. Okay. So, there's going to be quite a few things that I'm going to tack on here that we're not going to wind up seeing. I'm going to describe them real quick as while we're here. So, for the action update window, we're going to basically look into this and look for anything that has to do with opacity, like that render opacity, get render opacity, set render opacity, and we're going to set the render opacity for this specific widget component, the update window. We're gonna mess with that opacity and make it either visible or invisible with that as a slider. And we're going to slide it from visible to invisible and back again on about like a 2-second thing. So it'll take 2 seconds to fully reveal, take 2 seconds to fully disappear again, and it should stay, I want it to stay shown for like 5 seconds at most. And in order to accommodate that, this is going to be the thing that does like set opacity, or let's go opacity. Set render opacity, and we'll set that to 0. Right, so now it's got 0 opacity, or we also probably want to get a little bit of a bool just to check. So we're going to see notif banner shown. And we're going to make this a boolean. We're going to compile that. We're going to bring that out. We're going to make a branch. So if it is shown and this has been called, then that means that we need to set the render opacity to that over time, little by little, but right now it's just going to make it invisible immediately. If this is false, then we want to go ahead and set render opacity. Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay, there we go. True. False. Set that render opacity to 1 on the false. So if it's not shown, we will make it shown by changing the render opacity to full instead of not. And what else? Oh, we need to have the message, of course. So first up is making sure the text is what it needs to be. I should split this. There's the hide notification banner, and it's going to be action update window. Da, da, da. Cool, setting it invisible. And this is going to be update and show notif window. Okay, so now I can finish explaining this a little bit better. So this is going to basically, whenever we change our combat state, anytime we're reporting our state anywhere, we're going to have this check and see if it's going to be a new state, kind of the same way we did in the turn state controller, where we have a local variable that says what was the last thing we did, like who was the last person whose turn it was, and then we're going to find out if the current person whose turn it is the same person as last time we checked. So we're going to do kind of the same thing here, but we're going to go ahead and check if whatever it wants to display in the notification window is different. And if it's different, then we're going to do the update and show notification window. And it will go ahead and update the text, and then it's going to set that render opacity to 1. Let's get rid of these. set text. So we have the thing here to set the text, and then to set the render opacity to show our notification box. And then after that's done, we would do something like, what, delay for approximately 3 seconds before we do hide notif banner, where we go ahead and just set that back to 0. And the banner would be hidden again. And that's basically the intent and purpose of that giant banner in the middle of my thing. I'm now going to stress, panic, develop the rest of this, and try and do something with it. I'm going to go to the end scene, and I'm going to go ahead and give thanks to those that participated in the chat today, including but not limited to Williams and Abman. Thank you both for being here. You're very consistent. Love you guys. Favorite snowflakes. And with all that said and done, I'm sorry for leaving in such a hurry and such a panic, but you know what the deal is right now. So I will see y'all in the next one. Stay frosty.